Sorry, yeah, I'll be able to. See you guys.
I'm up. And will we see the clock now or not? Don't think so, because we are really tiny. Are we live? We're meeting at Rim of the World Unified and realize, will we see the clock now or not? Don't think so, because we are really tiny. Are we live? Scott, I think you need to mute at the moment. We're meeting at Rim of the World Unified and realize, will we see the clock now or not? Say God, I think you need to mute at the moment. People still coming. The regular board meeting of Rim of the World Unified School District is called to order on October 19th at 4:05 p.m. Trustees to identify themselves by first and last name, formally establish a quorum. Dr. William Mellinger, Trustee Area 1.
Dana Ridland, Trustee Area 2.
Cindy Gardner, Trustee Area 3.
Craft Trustee Area 4.
Jordan Zarate, Trustee Area 5. And Scott Kraft is, by all proper procedures, is joining us by Zoom tonight. Are there any proposed revisions and deletions? Are there any proposed additions of agenda items?
No.
Are there any proposed adjustments in the order of business?
No.
Now, entertain a motion to approve the agenda as prepared.
So moved.
Deanna? Seconded. And Jordan. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you. Carried unanimously. Is there any written communication or? Oh. You have a written communication? Okay. Closed session declarations. Number 4.1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to subdivision D, subdivision 2 and E of section 54956.9, 4 potential cases. 4.2, public employee discipline, dismissal, release pursuant to government code section 54957, subsection 4.3, conference with labor negotiator, government code 54957.6, Shannon Hanson, labor negotiator with the Women Teachers Association and California School Employees Association, number 417. Is there any public testimony before closed session? Thank you. The Board of Trustees are hereby recessed to closed session at 4:06 p.m. Yeah, if you want to grab something now. The board of trustees are hereby reconvening opening session at 6:21 p.m. Trustees to identify themselves by first and last name on the established forum. Dr. William Mellinger, trustee area 1.
Anna Vidlin, trustee area 2.
Cindy Gardner, trustee area 3.
Jordan Zarate, trustee area 5, Frank 003. And was that Scott? Scott, can you do that again, please?
Scott Kraft, trustee area 4.
Thank you, sir. For the Pledge of Allegiance, would you all please stand? Face the flag, put your hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Just before I do closed session report, I would like us to take a moment of silence. There are tragic events taking place in Israel. And there are people in Gaza who are being killed and wounded. There are Israelis who have died. Just take a moment, remember and think about our people that are suffering. My understanding, in addition to the Israeli, there are now 31 Americans who have died, and there are still Americans that are being held hostage. Closed session report, announcement of reportable actions taken during closed session. There are no reportable actions at this time. Public testimony, I don't think we have any public testimony. So we will move forward to reports from RIM Teachers Association. Amanda Markovich, please.
Good evening, board. I hope everyone is doing well and having a nice October. We already are more than a quarter through the year, and I think it's been a positive one. RTA and the district have been working well together, solving problems, getting things done. RTA would like to thank Mr. Risenham for serving us as interim superintendent and working with us during his retirement. I understand that he may actually be able to enjoy his retirement soon. And that we also may be hiring another intern. RTA understands that there are processes taking place in regards to the office of superintendent. We know that those processes take time and are confidential. RTA also knows that the longer the processes take, the more expensive things are for our district. RTA is not asking for details about what is happening in confidential processes, but we do need assurance that the cost of these proceedings, as well as the cost of employing a new interim superintendent, will not negatively impact negotiations. Teachers are working as hard as ever, and our negotiating proceedings should not be negatively impacted by the cost of what's going on with the superintendent office. Thank you.
Thanks. I don't see representative from CSEA. Is there one that is missing? Then we'll move forward to reports and announcements. Number 1, superintendent revision of attached board policies, administrative regulations, board bylaws, and exhibits. First reading.
We struggled with the new board agenda format, just where do these go? And we kind of went back through the collective memory. There's not really a clean thing. This is the this is the place where we've now gone back through the gamut of updates. We're in the process. It has been, saying it's a challenge is putting it mildly, because over the course of time, a single policy may have been updated more than one time. So what you have in front of you is for first reading, comments back to staff, and we will bring these back to you at the November meeting for discussion and action. And at that time, we will have another set for first reading. So it used to your 500-page board agendas.
Do you have any idea, like, how many more there are? Okay. Okay.
We haven't started, we haven't counted that far.
If we have comments or questions at this point, would you like it to be by email, or is this something we should be talking about right now?
Either way, if you have something on, off the top of your head now, we can take a comment now and make notes. Otherwise, email it to staff and we'll respond.
Could I recommend that the word email? Since we have several of these this will be tonight, that will be taking time down. That's okay with all of you. And that's okay with all of you. Then we'll move on to 10.2 personnel services. Approval of the California School Employees Association's initial proposal of articles in collective bargaining agreement to be reopened for negotiations in the 2023-2024 school year. Fiscal impact, none. California School Employees Association has proposed opening the following articles in the collective bargaining agreement for negotiations in the 2023-2024 school year. Article 6, wages. Article 7, employee benefits. Article 9, holiday. Article 12, expenses and materials. Appendix E, classified salary schedule. In compliance with California Government Code Section 3547, the public has a right to be informed of those areas the California School Employees Association and the Rim of the World Unified School District will be negotiating and have an opportunity to express themselves.
This is just the portion of, we do this with both collective bargaining units. Sharing the information with the public, what we'll be looking at, and then the district responds back, next week, district responds back with our reopeners. CSD.
Reports and presentations, 11. First off is governing board members. Hey, Scott, why don't you tell us what Louisville's like? He's muted. So if you're able to unmute.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Oh, it's your, you getting any louder?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, we can now, Scott.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
I'll keep this short. It's very, a little bit chilly out here. It's a little rainy right now, but not too bad. We had one sunny day. I've been out here for 4 days already. I'm at a trade show, which is actually pretty fascinating because it's hardscape of North America. So I enjoy it. It's funny. I was reminded right away on my plane trip over here. I'm riding with a bunch of teachers that are going out to a conference. There's 24 of them. And they're going out to a leadership conference for 5 days. And it's costing their district in Beaumont about $80,000, as I was informed, just to, hang out, have a leadership conference. And I was like, man, that would be so amazing if we could do that for our own district. But with that supplemental money and the way our schools are funded, I realize that's not going to happen anytime soon. But I'm hoping things in the future will change because our district deserves to have more monies for our teachers, for our students, for our staff, and to move forward with what our goals are. And that is what I look forward to in the future, that we can start to make some positive changes for everybody. So it's funny how you're reminded about that right away, anytime you go anywhere, that we are suffering as a small district. and it's hard to get what we need for everybody. And I commend all our members and our staff and our school board for working hard to make that happen. So I'm willing to keep fighting the good fight, and I know you are too. So I support all of you, and I hope that everybody knows that. Thank you.
Just trying to confirm that the people on screen can see the entire board. Just going to confirm that. Oh, Jordan, please.
I'll keep this brief because I know we're running a bit late, but I wanted to take some time to thank our legislators that we are represented by in this area, and it's Senator Rosalicia Choco and Assemblymember Tom Blackie. Both of them were able to do a lot of advocacy work that secured $2.5 million for San Bernardino County for the purchase of snow removal heavy equipment. And this was in response to a lot of the advocacy efforts of not just our district, but also a lot of local communities that really push upward to our legislators about the need for more equipment and for better preparation in the event of another major blizzard event, which we have had before now in March. So I just really wanted to give a shout out to both of our elected legislators and as a bit of positive news to show that advocacy can work. Advocacy can result in assistance that is needed in our often forgot about communities. We're just little mountain communities, we're not even big there, right? So I appreciate both of their efforts to get us some more funding so we can be better prepared in the future. And I look forward to continued advocacy efforts, regarding other potential funding opportunities. I think I've talked about a lot of need in our district for additional funding, particularly around air conditioning units, right, systems. Both of those legislators have been in contact with us as a board, and I know we've all been pushing for more assistance. I know that we're looking for solutions all the time. So I'll just end. That's the big things I wanted to talk about tonight. Of course, if anyone else wants to talk anything else with us board members, please. The door is always open. You can give us a call. You can send us an email. We're always happy to meet and really listen to your perspective, what you have to say, what you'd like to see happen. I know we all would love that. So thank you.
Guess who we're going to go next? Right down the line. Cindy.
First of all, October is really busy, so we have amazing events coming up for family and community members. This Friday, we have trunk or treat, both at LAE and BOE. October 28th is the fall festival up at CHU, which is really cool. I encourage everybody to go to those. Really, really lots of fun. Then October 30th is the Halloween dance at MPH. Lots of awesome things being planned for the dance. So every single school is going to have something really, really fun. Homecoming, sorry, didn't mean to skip the year. Homecoming game was exciting. We won, and then the homecoming dance. We saw all the beautiful pictures on Facebook, hopefully, of our students in their beautiful attire, and I understand it was really, really fun. So great job to everybody who pulled off homecoming dance. It's always a fun event for everybody. I'm not on for Let's Report. However, I'm going to use my report, just my own personal report for a couple of things. The governor did sign Senate Bill 765, which allows the waiving of the 180-day mandatory waiting period for the retirees to come back to be teachers in the classroom as subs. That was exciting. The governor vetoed Senate Bill 531, which would have made companies that partner with CTE programs, all the employees would have to be background checked and fingerprinted if one of our students were to do an internship or apprenticeship, which would have been very cumbersome for companies to do that. So this was vetoed, which allows much better partnership between the companies and CTE programs across the state. AB 579, the zero emission buses by January 1st of 2025. It was signed. However, LEAs that show undue hardship you can push it twice for 10 more years. However, the governor in his signing did say, we're going to keep an eye on the technology. And if it does, because of the rural district's concerns that the electric buses are problematic for places like our school district. So they're going to monitor the improvement of technology and reevaluate as that deadline of 2035 comes closer to see if the concerns put forth by the rural districts, if those concerns are able to be alleviated by increased technology that allows those buses to be able to traverse a district like ours. So that was a good thing as well. And then something for personnel, HR, AB 1699, it was vetoed, which means that this would have made it, you had to offer open positions for current employees only, even if they're not qualified at the time that they are applying. This limits the ability for the district to put it out there to most qualified. We do have to offer, though, we put it out to our employees first, so we do that on our own, but this would have been put into law and that was vetoed. So that was also a good thing. So those are just some, and the gender neutral bathroom, yes, signed. You have to provide at least one on each campus. No money attached. So those were some of the highlights of what was signed. I'll send this report from Capital Advisors to all of you, the most latest one, because there were some that were still waiting for signatures on. That is on October 13th.
Thanks, Cindy. Deanna?
Good evening. Had a somewhat busy month, being able to go on to some school sites and be able to see what's going on. First, actually, I was not able to participate in open session last board meeting, and I wanted to express my appreciation to the high school and how they handled the Westboro Baptist protest. There was excellent leadership and fantastic follow through. I'm in awe of how our staff, our students handled such a difficult situation and not really having any kind of playbook to follow. Our community came together, our community behaved impeccably. And so it was something that definitely I lost sleep over and was just in awe of how we handled it. And so just major kudos to Room High, because that was, and I didn't get a chance to express it then, our last meeting. Since then, I attended NPH's book fair. Just happened to volunteer there. It's wonderful. I love how the kids say thank you. I don't take it for granted. Our kids are delightful. Not all of them, not all the time, but when I get to see be able to be on campus and spend time with students, it really helps me better put things into perspective in terms of what we're doing here and also the hard work that our staff and students are doing. And so that was really awesome to be at MPH. It was mentioned to me about the PBIS program at MPH and desire to get cool things to be able to have for raffles for students. So if there's things for middle school age students that they would be could be rewarded with, anybody in the community can donate and it would be greatly appreciated. There were some staff members who were purchasing books from the book fair to be able to donate to the raffle. And that was just very, very cool. And also seeing the kids who were motivated. I know we struggle with BIS for secondary, and it looks like MPH is heading in a good direction there with motivation for good behavior and having a reward system. So happy to see that. Got to spend time in Ms. Mazakis' classroom, fourth grade classroom, a couple days ago. Got to help with math, and it was a lot of fun. Got to see iReady in operation. Also got a taste of inclusion in terms of having various aides in the classroom helping. And awesome to see some really wonderful things going on. And I know it's very challenging for staff. Change is hard in the educational realm. And so the great attitudes that our staff is bringing to the different things that are being required of them, it's very gratifying to see success along the way. And I know that we're laying a foundation for the future. But I also was able to see fourth graders who really struggled with having over a year and a half of not being in person. We have a lot of deficits to make up. And we also have some students who really don't have any apparent deficits at all. So the range of need academically is vast. It's in some ways as a teacher harder to approach teaching such a vast array of capabilities or let's say skill sets in the classroom. So I know our challenges are huge and will be continued, and it was really exemplified with the time I spent in the classroom, and I look forward to spending more time in the classroom. It was very cool to see also at MPH the grow wall and also the tortoises and the garden. There's a lot of great things that are happening on each of our campuses, and I want to see it. And so again, a lot of effort that goes into making those things happen. So thank you. Also, Mike, thank you for the time that you had here. I know your time is coming to an end. You have just stepped in beautifully, and I just want to express my appreciation. And then also in terms of expressing appreciation as a community, there's a lot of opportunity to give back. See MJ sitting over there. She has the Herculean task of organizing our community Thanksgiving on Thanksgiving, and that takes lots and lots and lots of volunteer assistance. Our chambers are doing a lot of things for the community. There's a lot of opportunity for our students to get involved and help. So I would really urge staff when they have opportunities to encourage students to get out into the community in a safe way. A lot of help is needed, and I know there's a lot of community organizations who would love to have student assistance. So if you are interested, if students are interested and you're at a loss of what they might be able to do, I know from various organizations I'm in contact with, I hear things. I know in the past we talked about trying to put together a program. We haven't had that opportunity yet. But in the interim, maybe there's things that we can do to work together to make sure that there is really meaningful opportunity for students.
Thanks, Dan. No, it's been a great opportunity in the district recently to do the dental screening and encourage the elementary schools, and we're appreciative of administration that helped make that happen again this year. And there will be the dental the sealant, thank you. So the sealants will be coming, and so there's good work there. And I was pleased that there are a lot of kids at the VOE that had a lot better teeth than they have had in some of the past examinations that we've done there. I participated in a survey on late start, which some of you might have gotten that opportunity as well. I believe someone from the administration was also. Fortunately, we have not been forced into late start because we are a rural school district, and hopefully we'll be able to remain at that level. Also appreciate and participated again in a meeting of REMED Foundation, and so appreciative of what the foundation is doing to try to support our staff, and our students in what they're doing. And I don't remember when it was, Stephanie, but it's always great to be a part of the college fair and all the work that's done there, and all the students that get a chance to look at jobs as well as colleges and other opportunities. So just great things that happen when we get to provide resources for our student body. And last is what I think is most important. Mike, we do want to thank you. Yeah, on behalf of the full school board and the school district, you have served us well for several years and in multiple different roles, from previous times when we did not have a superintendent to helping with negotiations over the last couple of years. But you have really been a great role model, a great resource, and a great asset to this district. So thank you very much for all of these that you've done. And you and I have been able to share a lot of phone calls together too. So thank you for being nice on my phone.
I appreciate it. I was just gonna say thank you, Amanda, for your kind words, Lord. Thank you for the opportunity. It's an honor.
So next year we'll have to see when you come back. With that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Mr. Interim Superintendent, for your report.
Okay. I've been thinking about this a lot as I'm getting ready to transition again. Back to retirement. It's just about 7 years ago right now that I got a call and someone asked me, could you go up to Rim of the World and do, it was a Skelly hearing. They needed someone to chair a Skelly hearing. And I'm a San Bernardino County guy. I knew what Rim of the World was. Sure, I'll go up to Rim of the World. I followed my phone map. I drove by the theater in McDonald's corner a couple times. I see a theater, I see a McDonald's, I see a school. And it took me, and I went back and forth several times for who would put a district office under or in a theater. I'd never been in the building before. Little did I know that first meeting would really have a huge impact on my life. From that one day meeting, like you said, I've been back as an interim superintendent now twice. I've had Shannon's job twice. I've been a negotiator for a year. I've done lots of things over the course of 7 years. And this last stretch has really been kind of really meaningful for me because I've enjoyed working with people. I've been able to see teachers do amazing things in challenging situations. And it's a unique community and our unique schools, and you go and watch what the teachers are doing. It's just amazing work. And you watch the support staff. And I kind of look at it, we have teachers and everybody else, we're all support staff, but I'm thinking of our classified staff that support the efforts of the schools and the staff, bus drivers. Oh my gosh, you watch those yellow buses fly around this mountain, they pull off miracles every day. So it's just amazing to see the people out there doing things. And probably the folks that I've been able to work with most of the people in this building. And it's kind of the invisible group that keeps things going kind of in the background. This front show was out at the school site. But there are smart, dedicated people in this building that come to work every day and do difficult things and keep our operation going. And then I've been so blessed and fortunate to work with these folks. They are experts and becoming experts in their fields. And they're smart, they're fun to be with, they work hard. The district is in good shape. The district is in good hands, these people leading the different divisions of the district. We've got a devoted board. We've got board members zooming in from across the country. You guys are dedicated to what you do, and it has made my job really pleasurable. And I've enjoyed the time working with both. I look at it, I've been very blessed. I've had now 2 really good employers. I've worked 37 years for one, and I've worked 7 years for another, but 2 amazing school districts that are focused on things. And I thank you for the opportunity and your trust in me. It means the world.
Thanks, Mike. And it's always my privilege to introduce an exceptional young lady, our student representative, Diane Zane.
This presentation is for the October school reports. Starting off with the elementary schools, the CHU-PTA held a very successful fall scholastic book fair during our elementary conference week And started our monthly morning magical miles to encourage student health and fitness. CHE also held their annual fire prevention assemblies with Rim High School's Mr. Liner's fire prevention class, as well as the wonderful Running Springs Fire Department. Our students thoroughly enjoyed the assemblies and meeting their Sparky mascot. CHU's annual fall festival will be held on October 28th from 12:30 to 4:30 p.m. LAE held our first two PTA fundraisers that were very successful. The Step It Up fundraiser culminated in a day of awesomeness, where students enjoyed dancing and visiting fun playstations. LAE will be having our trunk or treat on October 20th from 4 to 6 p.m. and will be participating in Red Ribbon Week. VOE has had a busy month. Our Scholastic Book Fair raised close to $11,000. Our PTA is currently running a no-sale calendar fundraiser. The students are excited as they get to duct tape Mrs. Neggersmith to the wall, and the big winner gets to pie Mrs. Neggersmith. The weekly VOE Chess Club started on October 10th. We had more students turn out than expected. Our annual trunk or treat will take place on October 20th. We also have a full week planned for Red Ribbon Week from October 23rd to the 27th with support from our local law enforcement. Moving on to Mary Penampang Intermediate, MPH increased parent participation at our ELAC meeting on September 20th. MPH also held its annual Steps to Success Night on September 27th with a tremendous turnout of parents and guardians and students. MPH PTA hosted the Color Run and Carnival fundraiser on Sunday, October 8th, 2023. MPH community came together to make this a memorable event. Scholastic Book Fair was held in the first week of October, and Safe School Week is going on from October 16th to the 20th. The new counselor, Alyssa Hoover, starts tomorrow, October 25th, 2023. And the MPH Halloween Dance will be on October 30th, 2023. MPH has a fully functioning disco ball. Thank you, Jim. Next up is Mountain High School. The WASP visit is next week. We look forward to hosting the school board and cabinet for lunch Wednesday and seeing you at the findings report Thursday. Mr. Wisden has details. Another student graduated in October for a total of 3 this year. She mastered the credit earning system last year as an 11th grader, so she graduated 8 months early. She will start the nursing program at San Bernardino Valley College Nursing in January. We are so proud of her. MHS students toured San Bernardino Valley College this week and learned about the various CT certificates and degree paths. Next up is RIM Virtual Academy. TK 5th went apple picking this month as one of our in-person opportunities. Mrs. Lewis attended Sunshine Rotary. As a result, Sunshine Rotary is donating funds for a pumpkin painting activity this month. MHS students will also join the fun. The Blue Jay Library has a fun Halloween theme for our monthly library visit tomorrow. And after that is RIM High School. The Career College Fair was held on September 28th. Over 30 colleges, trade schools, government agencies, and businesses were represented, and all RHS and MHS students were able to experience it. Homecoming was a huge success. RHS football beat Rialto High School with a final score of 34-0, and the community came out in force. Thanks to all the PTAs across the mountain for bringing all the mascots from across the district. The students love seeing their old mascots at the game. Fall sports are coming to a close. So far, we have league championships in boys cross country, girls cross country, tennis, and volleyball. Football is still in the running, and volleyball has their first round playoff game tonight at 6 p.m. Our fall play is approaching. Edgar Allan Poe's Nightfall will be performed November 3rd, November 4th, November 10th, and November 11th. Mountain Transit has started afternoon service to RHS. This will help provide transportation options to students in sports and activities. We are so grateful that Mountain Transit is able to provide this service free to our students. And here's some photos showing the mascots at homecoming and also a photo of the college and career fairs. That concludes the October school reports.
11.4, educational services presentation on the expanded learning opportunities program. Kaylee Leonard.
Trustees, thank you for the opportunity to share more about our ELOC program. I'm going to hand it over to our wonderful expert. And I do want to take a moment to just share that Kaylee has been working so hard, going to school sites, preparing the rooms, purchase orders, hiring. It is no small feat to open up ELOC, but I will not spoil the information and hand it over to Kaylee.
Thank you, Jen. I appreciate the time to share about ELOC and all of the exciting things that this program is going to bring for our school district. So we're going to jump right in. So I want to do a little snapshot first of what the ELOC program is statewide. It's a state funding to provide enrichment opportunities for the entire 180 school day, as well as 30 days of non-student intercession. So the expanded learning opportunities program is statewide. Every school district in the entire state is participating. It must be offered to all students in grades TK through 6, and priority enrollment for free is offered to our unduplicated students. So that's our EL students, our foster youth, free or reduced lunch, or homeless. They'll get a no cost priority registration. ELOC hours are to be added to regular instructional day hours to provide no less than 9 hours of on-campus time for students, and the 9-hour intercession days are also required. Snacks and meals are to be included, as well as transportation is required to any student that's attending a campus where an ELOC program is not present. So statewide, that's what's required of us. I'm going to go into a little bit of how we came to what it's going to look like for the world. All right, so back in the spring, Heather Dominguez put together a survey that was sent out to the entire school district community. So these were some statistics from that survey. A couple I wanted to highlight was our family would be interested in expanding learning programs taking place during these times. The two overwhelmingly popular answers were after school and summer. So by quite a bit of a margin. The other I wanted to highlight was what preferred school site did you want for your family for the enrichment intakes. The 3 elementary schools were the highest that were pulled in the spring. And again, this is from the spring survey that was sent out from Heather. So what will the ELOC program, the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, look like for Reynolds School District? So keeping that survey in mind and looking at what our sites have to offer, looking at what our community needs are, we're going to offer ELOC after school program every single school day, as well as 30 plus days during the summer. I put 30 plus on there because if we start the Monday after the last day of school, if we go 30 days, it ends on a Wednesday. And I thought that seemed a little silly. Let's just do a couple extra days and then on the Friday. So we will do a summer school ELOC program June and the full month of July. The program will be available at CHE, LAE, and VOE, since that is our target audience for students. We wouldn't have to provide transportation. The students are already there. We're going to do the programs at those 3 campuses. And then we chose specific rooms at each site for ease of parent pickup. It's going to be into the early evening. It's going to be dark. I wanted a place where parents could easily pick up students, especially in the evening hours. And then the program will be open till 5:30 every school day. That gives us a little bit over our 9-hour requirement. School starts at 8:20, so 5:30 will be the time parents will need to pick up by. They can pick up at any time. If they don't have to be held to 5:30, they can come at any time that's convenient for them and their family to pick up their students. It does have to be offered to 6th graders as well. And because we're fortunate that we have such a robust transportation system, this is not a problem for us as it is for other districts down the hill. I'm trying to figure out how they're gonna get their sixth graders to their ELOC sites. What we're gonna do is any sixth grader that is enrolled in ELOC, they will take the bus to the individual sites. There's going to be a drop off, if there isn't already, there's going to be a drop off at the elementary sites for any sixth grader that wants to participate in ELOC. So if a sixth grader lives in the Running Springs community, they would attend CAG and so on and so on with every community school. And then the program will be open 8 to 5 during the summer. And as we get closer to summer, we get more planning going, more information to come for summer. Continuing on a little bit more of what it's going to look like for Room of the World. It will be a free program across the board. Priority registration will be offered to our unduplicated families. They'll get a couple weeks of priority registration, and then if space remains, we're going to open it up to every family. I'd rather fill the space and have as many students participating as needed as we possibly can. Families have the flexibility to enroll their children for any days of the week that they desire. It's not required that they have to go Monday through Friday the whole week. If they just have a struggle on Wednesdays, Wednesdays are hard for the minimum day and they just want to enroll their student on Wednesdays, that's fine. If they want to do Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, if that works for them and their family, perfect. I wanted it to be as open as possible to fill needs, family needs. And we have a lot of needs for childcare. We have a lot of working families, a lot of struggle, childcare is expensive. So this program is really going to help bridge a gap, not only for our students with learning loss, with needs that they have, but for our families that just struggle with their students going home to an empty house or trying to find a babysitter, trying to find someone to take their child at home. The program will be inclusive of all students, including those with disabilities or limitations. Accommodations will be met as needed. Students will, in their enrollment, will let us know if they need accommodations, if they have an IEP or a 5-4 plan, and we will make sure that we can meet those accommodations before they begin participating in ELOC. Snacks will be available in the after-school program. We're going to have probably 2 snacks for our kinder and TK students since they get out at 12:15. And if they're potentially there till 5:30, we offer them 2 snacks. And then the rest of the students will get a snack as well. I'm working with childhood nutrition to coordinate purchasing snacks, and every ELOC room will have a space where they store their own snacks, a refrigerator and food storage. And then breakfast and lunch will be available for the summer program. And then if we have any students with dietary restrictions, allergies, we'll have alternate snack options available. Every ELOC room is also going to have a fruit basket with fresh fruit available. So if a student needs a fresh piece of fruit, if they want that as their snack for the day, if they want to take a piece home with them, we want a basket full of fruit readily available for any student who would want this fruit. And then ELOC will be closed anytime Room of the World calls a snow day, is closed for an emergency. The calendars will mirror each other, as well as any days that are called off, it'll mirror that for ELOC as well. All right, so let's get into some pictures. These pictures are before pictures. We're still in the process of getting these rooms set up. So this is not the final product of what it's going to look like, but it gives you a little idea of what the room spaces we are going to use. So this is BOE. We're going to be using room 2, which is in the main building, and as well as one of the portables that is outside. And right now we have desks, we have chairs, we have some furniture, but we're going to be bringing in enrichment, several different enrichment activities, some STEM tables for students to build activities on and measure things. We're going to be bringing in refrigerators, store spaces to store food. We're going to be bringing in couch spaces to have reading corners in every room. So it looks like this now, but it will not look like this in a month, hopefully. This was as of last week. This is LAE. We have 2 portables outside at LAE. Truly, they don't look like this as of right now. This got changed as of the last week, but sensory room got moved inside the building. So we're going to use that portable, as well as right next door was music room. And I moved a bunch of that stuff 2 days ago. So we're gonna use those 2 portables that's right across from where Boys and Girls Club are. Parents are already familiar with coming to the side gate to pick up in the afternoons and early evenings. And then this is CHE. We're gonna be using 2 portables as well. That way parents don't have to go to the offices, which is closed. They can come to the side where the parking is to pick up their students from ELOT. Ease of parent access is what I was shooting for. So one of these portables was formerly Boys and Girls Club used it, but they haven't used it several years. The other one is PTA, and they're going to move to a different space, so we can use that. So a little bit on staffing for ELOT. We've been doing our best to get the best staff as possible. We have 2 levels of staffing. So we have a site lead as well as instructional assistants. There'll be 1 site lead for every campus, and then there'll be multiple instructional assistants, depending on how many students we have so we can meet our ratios. The state requires that we maintain a 10-to-1 ratio for kinder and TK and 20-to-1 for 1st through 6th grade students. So we really have to watch if we have TK kinders that register, that requires more staffing. But if they leave at the 2:40, if their parent wants to pick them up at 2:40 with another sibling, then we'll have to monitor, okay, how many students do we have at what times to make sure our staffing ratios are correct. We have our 3 site leads hired. They're excited. I've spoken with all of them. They're bursting with ideas, so I'm pumped. And we're working on getting our instructional assistants hired next. Hopefully within the next month, we will have those in place as well. I sent out a fall survey at the mid-September, just as we started to kind of get the direction of where we were going to find out parent-wise, would you send your child to ELOT? Is this something that you want to utilize? I wanted to get an idea of how much staff we were going to need, how much space we were going to need, how much of everything you're going to need. So this is initially what we've gotten back is 120 students individually. It's broken up by CHE, LAE, and VOE. You can see CHE came in the most interest, which surprised a lot because it's the smallest school. We've discussed that there's a lot of commuters that are from Running Springs because they go down to 3:30, and they don't have Boys and Girls Club there this year. They don't have Parks and Rec available right now, so their options are limited. So I think that could be why CHE came in so high, at least initially. LAE was right behind them with 42, and VOE is not too far behind with 35. I do anticipate these numbers to go up as the word of ELOT spreads, as people hear that this is a free program. I expect all of these numbers to go up. And then LAE with 17 TK and kinders, that tells me I'm going to need probably an extra staff person there, but we'll see. This is just an interest survey. It doesn't mean that this many families will actually sign up, but I'm hoping for more. All right, what will students be doing while they're at the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program? It is meant to not be an extension of instructional time, but rather opportunities to engage in enrichment, in play, in nutrition, in just developmentally appropriate activities. I'm thinking these TK kinders, they're not going to want to sit through a ton more instructional time. They want to play, they want to socialize, they want some unstructured time. So I'm finding the right balance of a program that students want to come to, a program that they're not dreading. I want them to feel inspired when they come to ELOT. I want them to get excited about this project that they're working on, or this activity that they get to do that they maybe don't get to do in their normal classroom setting. So we will have academic activities. We do have to offer a homework hour, some tutoring support. If a student doesn't have homework, some leave it at home, some say I already did it. We've heard all of the excuses. Okay, grab a book, I'll have some activities for you that are academic related. We're having an academic hour, and then we'll have play after that. And then we'll do enrichment activities. The possibilities are endless, which I'm very excited about. I'm planning art, music, some cooking and nutrition, talking with Lisa from Child Nutrition, getting our child nutrition workers in and say, hey, can you give these kids a little tour of the cafeteria? And then maybe we can make a snack together and talk about what's healthy about this snack, you know, bring all these elements of our schools together. Plenty of STEM activities, sports, recreation, getting them outside, doing recreation things inside when the weather is not as pleasant. Computers and coding, I'm working on getting some robots that they'll work on coding activities. And then social emotional skills, which is definitely up my alley. I have several curriculums that we're going to be putting in place. Kinder specific, since they'll be with us the longest within the day, and then we'll do some with all the other ages as well. So I did ask in the fall survey what parents are interested in, and for the most part, they're really interested in everything. So I'm going to offer a variety, and then we'll do some student surveys, some parent surveys as we get going, see what they like, what they didn't like. We'll keep what sticks, and we'll change what doesn't work. The nice thing about it, the new program, is we can build it well, and then we can change things that don't work and make it fit the needs of our communities and our students. So, is there any questions, thoughts?
Starters, this is fantastic. Thank you. I know, see, there's been a lot of work put into this already, and I can't even imagine all pieces you're trying to put together. So, is there, at this point, do you know what your limits are by school side in terms of enrollment?
Yeah, so we have 2 rooms for every school. So we're looking at room capacity, 30 for each, so about 60. And then we'll definitely have to have staff to match that. So it could depend on what staff we have available to. So at least 60 was, we have the staff for you. Okay.
I saw someone else's mic. Sorry about that. Thank you so much. Excellent presentation. We really appreciate what you're doing and the opportunity we have to be out. Thank you.
Thank you.
And it'll be interesting to get the word out. I think we're gonna have an interesting see.
Yes.
Moving up fast.
We'll start getting flyers out, but as soon as the enrollment process is ready, then they'll have information on the back on how to enroll. So you'll start seeing things like this. Every family will have a family handbook. For that, Jen's like, show them all the things. Enrollment forms, they can enroll digitally online, or they can fill out a paper version if that's more convenient for them. So.
And I'm sorry, when are you actually starting the enrollment then?
The goal is to start the week after Thanksgiving. That being said, we have to make sure everything aligns at the same time. We have to make sure these rooms are ready. We have the staff in place. So I should know by the end of next week if that's a feasible possibility. Plan B is January, right after Christmas.
Let's inform, please, Mike.
I just want to say briefly. When we hired you,
July 24th was my first day.
on July 24th, ELOP was an idea. It was a concept. And from July 24 to today, this is the staff one. She has developed a program, she's put it out there, she's addressed needs at school sites, she works well. We found this program is going to be huge.
I appreciate it.
But you're no longer a staff of 1, are you?
We have the 3, but they're currently in other roles. So they're not with me quite yet,
Okay,
but they're excited.
all right, good. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Just a clarification, curiosity, and everything proposed under this program that's been created so far. I'm guessing almost all of it falls under ELOP funding. Are there any categories that might require outside district funding or outside of ELOP budget?
It should all fall under ELOP funding.
Any idea how much money is in our ELOC program that is currently not out?
Right now, because we were one of the many districts who did start ELOC and at its, inception. And that we're probably right in the middle of the think of districts who had it going right away because they had previous leases program already at their site that they just blended. And then, or, there's some who won't do it at all, even though it's mandated, and it becomes, we talked about it before, it would become an audit funding, and they would just take that fund, take that fund. So we received plenty funds, and we received funds for last year. So we have plenty of start funds that, we're kind of telling you, say, spend, because they don't want to get the startup funds back, because because we now have the 23-24 apportionment, which is usually just about over $1 million. So as our enrollment goes down, though, it will go down. I don't have the exact, I actually can't put up for you, because I brought some budget stuff. So within, we don't really have a worry right now this year as we get it up and running, and then always have the next year to finish to spend the prior year money. So then, we don't anticipate spending all of this year's money because we have to start up funding, and we're not starting the program on a big one. So that'll eventually catch up to us when we're spending, when the current year's funds only on the program. So we can do that. We have time to do that analysis to see what a break-even point is. But the funding and then the program is really been designed to work within, and then I sat down and had only one, but I thought it was a good it was a budget. And so then, we're being able to work within the teams, because it's not the intention from the state is not that this becomes a program that approaches. We would scale down in that part if we wanted to, or we could decide not to do that, but it's not meant to be a program.
I just thought of another question. Thank you, Jenny. And what happens if our staff isn't able to show up for this program? Is there, are district substitutes for aides and the like part of the backup plan?
Yeah, speaking with a variety of people, if a site lead is not able to come on a particular day, and if I'm not available to step in, because I could potentially step in and fill that role for that day or that week, or one of our instructional aides can fill that role, and then we would need to fill in for an instructional aide. We're hopefully going to have a sub. This is what we're shooting for. So it could be a current instructional aides if they're going to get some afternoon hours, or a completely separate sub. It's in the works.
I have a question for the enrichment activities. For all of these activities, is the intent to have that run by just ELOP staffing, or is there opportunity to involve community-based organizations that might specialize in, say, outdoor recreation, whatever it might be?
Yeah, both. And I should have mentioned that earlier. ELOP staff will run the core of the program, but bringing in a mobile education unit to, like our Code Rev that we did in the summer, instead of Code Rev being the sole program in the afternoon, they can come in and do some enrichment alongside of our staff for students. Having somebody from one of our local agencies come in and do a social emotional learning skills once a week with students. Yes, those all works.
That's amazing, thank you. And then a secondary question for maybe something to think about for another time is, will we be able to track the academic progress of the cohorts of ELOP students over time? Maybe that's more advice out there, but something that I would be curious about is that, if you have that enrichment time, all of these extra tutoring support, that's will that affect any outcomes?
In our planning stages, Katie and I have actually already talked about how we could utilize iReady, and we have our new path at home. We looked at how we could support our CAS prep weeks that we're working on throughout the district, and how we can incorporate some of those opportunities that are academic and enrichment and our blended format in that setting. And so the academic component, if you're looking at the plan, the 11 components of the plan do include like a voice and leadership component, community members, looking at CAS, looking at iReady, looking at how we can support. And so absolutely we can look at that data, and the data analysis I get pumped about. So more to come.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, thank you both. Thank you, ladies.
11.5,
Don't plan to follow.
business services update of the budget and enrollment report by Jenny Haberlin, Chief Business Official. You're gonna tell us numbers, right? Really good numbers, right? Thanks, Charles.
I have a very brief budget update for you today, because this is kind of one of those board meetings that are in between, you know, we close the books and between first interim. But I wanted to just share a couple of things about where we're at with the budget. You know, we talked before September 15th, we presented unaudited actuals, and then, you know, we spend from, you know, from that moment, the county reviews it. We received, you know, notice a few weeks ago that they, you know, pushed our actuals up to the state level. That means, you know, they've approved those. And then we start doing just kind of budget housekeeping. We look at every account line where staff is. You might have had a teacher that was in first grade last year and now kinder, which is a different account number. And, you know, or TK versus fourth grade, third grade. So we go through really all of our staffing, what vacancies we have that we have. So it's really, we haven't touched the budget since budget adoption in June. So we closed the books, we rolled, and this is our time that we've been able to just, you know, do our housekeeping, look at the carryover, so unspent funds from the prior year, post those in all the budgets. Any updated apportionments we've received from the state on grants and awards, because since we're fully open now, we can adjust those numbers. So all of that work's been done. So, and we go through and, you know, we look at our personnel database, we look at our health and welfare database, we look at any changes the state made on our trailer bills, and post those. We also look at, now that we have updated enrollment, because our LCFF, our funding was based on at budget adoption of projected enrollment. So I'm able to also now, as we gear up to first interim, you know, calculate LCFF based on actual enrollment that we know that showed up in August. Project what our funding ADA will be this year, and then utilize the state has since also updated their LCFF calculator that we use. And so that's just what I call housekeeping stuff that we do in the background. But some of it's also gearing up towards first interim, which is presented in December. One of the things I didn't make copies of that you have in your board folder is only a couple times a year, because it's at a point in time. I like to do throw the budget, which has been in my desk. It's, you know, about this big. But I throw it into Excel and kind of summarize it by resource and object. This is, and we've spent the whole board workshop going line by line on this before in years past. And so you'll see, so I made some notes in red, highlighted a couple of areas. And this is at the point in time, because things can change tomorrow. Where does our budgets in all the many different categories of the buckets we have. So you can look at that at your leisure. This wasn't the board meeting to go line by line and looking at this, but I wanted to make it available to you. So, you know, you can see what do we spend on athletics. You'll see athletics on here, ELOPs on there. You can look at the ELOP budget and you know, that's resource 2600. You get just a few pages in. So, you know, we posted carryover in our Title I. You'll look at maintenance, transportation. You can just see the people, you know, how much lottery do we have? Just, you know, conversation items about the budget. But feel free to look at that at your leisure, and email me or call, or if you're in the building, come by if you have any specific questions. I wanted to point that out to you. But right now we have completed 2 full attendance months of school, and we've had an increase to our enrollment since last month, and that's basically been at LAE and BOE. I think you've seen in either Friday updates where we talked here before that we've hired
a teacher at each of those sites also. So our enrollment currently is at 2,842 students. It was 2,827 last month. I apologize for that. So the two sites that had growth were LAE and BOE. Our attendance rates are about where we expected them to be, but still on the low side, higher than they've been immediately post COVID. But our ADA right now is just over 2,600, 2,651 ADA actually even. Our strive for 95, we have let's see, we have RVA at 97.72 and then LAE at 94.61. So that's pretty close to 95. But you can see that we do have some 93, 92s, still out there. So attendance has bounced back, to where probably about the statewide average. And then, so moving forward, we're continuing to work with different sites on their own budgets. Purchasing a lot of things in our departments, just off to routine business. And we'll be doing the work in the next 2 months before we and then bring first NRTU in December. Any questions?
Any surprises from the state?
I don't have any surprises from the state. Yeah, I don't.
Good.
I mean, I think that, maybe not the best news. I think I shared, the last county meeting I went to, there's kind of depressing news still out there. Maybe we skirted a recession, but we still have statewide declining enrollment. We still have a housing problem. We still have labor force problems. We have forecast for San Bernardino County specific that is going to be a decline in school age population, but an increase in older population. So, and what does that do for our workforce? And what does, what do we need to prepare for? So, I try not to bring, it's concerning news as a parent too, for what my kids, as they are adults now, but, we're seeing that we're at least stabilized a little with enrollment. We still don't know what our post-COVID trend is going to be. So I think we staff, we were talking about this week, maybe staff on a no decline, but budget on a slight decline.
Based on what you're saying, is there anything that you're worrying about? Maybe you're losing sleep over?
Not personally for a lot. I have work readings all the time, so let's see. I think what I just mentioned, I do, we do have the expiration of ESSER funds. We're going to be doing a lot of spending to spend down those ESSER funds. We're going to be in another agenda item. I have some things to talk about there. But when this one-time money is over and we are at flat funding at best, it's the COLA that the state is projecting does not cover our increase in costs. So I would say, after this year, right now we've got a lot of one-time money. And, the districts, we've not just what we're in, but districts all over California need to be prepared. And even since a lot of this money is federal, nationwide, need to be prepared for the drawing up of one-time funds. So especially with our state moving towards a more categorical, funding system. So having a flat funding LCFF at best, and then expiration of one-time funds, if their state doesn't enact some other type of relief with like a higher COLA, like they've done the last 2 years, or more one-time funds, we're going to be back to the drawing board that we were, in 2019. So, and I worry about us being able to fill positions, not because of the lack of people. The actual, if you look at generational birth ages, and our each generation is smaller than go up prior to them, then they're having less kids. And you say, okay, what's the projection in the next 20 years for us to be able to hire, to have that workforce, in California especially, and then be able to afford a home. That's probably one of the things that keeps me up is how can our workers, people how can we keep people up here when they can't afford a home? And that's not necessarily school business, but it impacts us all. Yeah, that's. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. We have something significant on the agenda, several things that on the agenda coming up. I'd like to suggest, entertain a motion to move 12.3 personnel services to 12.1, if I could do a motion for that.
So moved.
And then is there a second?
So moved.
No, second.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor of moving 12.3 to 12.1, say aye.
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 Thank you. Carried unanimously. So with that, Personnel Services appointment of Laura Roque to Assistant Principal at Mary Putnam Intermediate School. Have a motion? Oh, don't stop yet. We don't have a motion yet.
So moved.
So moved. Dana?
Second.
Second. Now, all those in favor, or is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Or unanimously, now you can applaud. You want to come to the microphone and say hi? Shannon's going to talk to you.
First of all, just from our point of view, you have been a tremendous asset to the team at NPH in your previous role. I can say previous role now as a TOSA on the EL, not just with NPH, but with the district. And we are super, super excited to have you part of our administration team and the team over at NPH. You and Terry working well together. And we're very excited to have you, and congratulations to you and your family.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Henson. Thank you, board members. I am grateful for the vote of confidence, proud to be a part of this family, and with great passion, I represent the team with Dusty, and I want to thank the girls, Goldie and Dusty, for being here. They were in the car saying, Laura is the cutest thing. So thank you all. It's a pleasure, and have a good night.
Congratulations, Laura.
Now, I don't think anyone would be offended if anybody had to leave to get kids home to better, more important things.
They're eating now, so.
Want to take a picture?
Well, you want to take a picture?
Yeah.
Bye, Diane.
Whole bunch up there.
Please stand. Are we gonna stand? Sure.
I think go.
Thank you.
Get in here, Mike.
Good. I know you want some of this.
We got Jen White's like.
Mike.
You got the MPH fan here.
Thank you.
Did you know, as we called you?
Best in the business.
Okay. So now, the original 12.1, Board of Trustees, appointment of alternate voting representative for the San Bernardino County Committee on School District Organization. Scott's unable to attend. We actually have to vote on replacement for Scott to take that. And I think I volunteered, or was I volunteered? I think I volunteered, yes. Okay.
That's on you.
So we need a motion to change the appointment of alternate voting representative. Go ahead, Jordan.
Yeah, I'll make the motion.
Is there a second?
I second it.
When is that event again?
October, is it 30th or 31st? I believe it's October 30th. All those in favor say aye. October 30th, that's awesome. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Carried unanimously.
Sorry, I did not say aye. My internet's been frozen for a couple minutes, so I did not hear what it was that came up.
It's replacing you as with myself being the alternate voting representative at San Bernardino County Committee on School District Organization.
I vote aye.
Okay, it is unanimous. Thanks, Scott. Take that. Now, very important discussion, Board of Trustees discussion and direction on bond feasibility and timeline. This is not a formal vote to put it on the ballot. What this is this discussion, and we may make a decision on whether we're going to move forward with the plans for a bond. So now's the time for people to discuss that. Everyone has their mic turned off.
All right, I do actually hope somebody here at this table can help educate me. I know there's been a little bit of talk legislatively about parcel taxes, and that there's either impending changes or there have been changes in terms of please help clarify. If I don't know in part of our discussion whether parcel tax should also be part of what we would be considering. Just I saw recently about majority vote as opposed to having it be a higher threshold to be able to pass in California. And I was wondering whether that should be part of our discussion.
I think we had that discussion on parcel tax. One part of the issue with parcel tax is we get X amount per year. So you would, depending on your project, have to wait several years before you do a project. And also think that part of our reason is that all the roofs need to really be addressed. The HVAC system for air conditioning, that's a parcel tax is not going to handle that problem on a scale that's needed across all schools. So that was part of the discussion why we were kind of heading down the bond path versus a parcel tax. And in terms of, that hasn't come up in Sandad, so I haven't heard that has changed. We'll have to, move into it, I can ask, but I haven't heard that it's changed.
It was a part of one of our weekly updates from CSBA. The article, when I read it, had my eyes spinning around. So it wasn't something that I felt was very clear. My understanding of the parcel tax is that it would be a continual revenue source as opposed to a bond, which would be more so a lump sum that we borrow and then through property taxes, that would end up being paid back by our property owners within our district borders, where with a parcel tax, I've thought that historically there's been a higher threshold for being able to pass it through a popular vote, where that's where it was intriguing to me, if I understood the article correctly, but I could have had it wrong, was that there was going to be possibly an easier pathway to success with a parcel tax. Was that?
I can't recall either.
Yeah, it's been spoken about, it's been entertained from many different years to change that so that it's easier to do parcel tax. But again, it's one of those things that if you want to do all the schools, HVAC systems in a timely fashion, instead of saving, then do a school, saving, do another school. And then picking and choosing which is your school that you can start with. The bond would be a more equitable way to be able to tackle the problem. I mean, obviously not all HVAC systems would be done at once because of contractors, but it's just the fact that you wouldn't have to save, then do a school. But in terms of, but in terms of, did it actually change the threshold? We have to look at that. Maybe we could ask Mike to answer.
Yeah, I'm looking at just doing on thread source and a precedent setting case in California appeals court last week. This is in August. Upheld the ability of a school district to base a parcel tax on the local action system. Never mind. All right. Oh, it's 24 state ballot.
What are the thoughts about the bond and the need for a bond?
I think there is a need. We have roofs, we have HVAC. This summer, we got away with a relatively mild summer. We do have a El Nino coming, wet and wild. How does that affect the high school and other schools in terms of the water coming into the school and creating potentially more damage that we would have to fix? So while I understand a parcel tax, and that's something that the majority of the board wishes to go towards, that's fine. I would suggest that we ask our superintendent though to look into that with our attorneys to see the status of the parcel tax. But I think bond is still.
So right now our
More
discussion is
viable.
about a bond, but
Right.
not about parcel tax.
So my whole thing is that we need to upgrade our facilities for the health and safety of our employees and our students and the community who utilizes those facilities.
A cursory research, I know it's off topic, this cursory research shows that there was a need to make it a majority, but a ballot has already qualified for the November 2024 election to challenge that to keep it a two-thirds voting, so up in the air, and probably wouldn't be decided until after that.
I'd really like to ask the board to focus on the bond.
For the most, I feel like I expressed my opinion and point of view over posted several board meetings. None of that's changed. I think it's urgent and necessary.
I don't think the question is whether it's urgent or necessary. I think that no doubt the fact that we're basically waiting in the high school during Snowmageddon, and just our facilities have needs all across the board. So that's, so as we've discussed in the past, my concern historically has been the road on pathway to success, considering the financial climate, especially looking ahead over the next year with inflation, with the rising costs of energy, with the population on our mountain that is on fixed income, just how to be able to approach this and make sure success. That with Measure A, we worked our bottoms off and fell slightly short, which no matter how close we worked, we didn't actually make it. So, and I'm repeating the same thing, just like ordinance as well, but in terms of whether there is a need, oh, absolutely, that's without a doubt.
I think in terms of fixed income residents, it's not going to matter whether it's a bond or a parcel tax. The word tax is just as deadly as the word bond. And so I think that we need to move forward. I think a bond is more attainable than the parcel tax. And I think that it allows for the flexibility of selling the bonds for the projects that we want to do at the time, at a pacing that we can do those projects. And I don't think that we end up having to make a Sophie's choice decision of which school gets to be done first, and then wait several years and then a second school. And I think that is important.
Scott, are you still there? I can't tell. Do you want to say anything?
I'm still here. I am much in favor for a bond and moving forward with the bond. And I think is most equitable for our students and staff to keep things in a direction that helps us to keep things equitable for our students. And so keeping it short, I'm in favor of a bond and moving forward with that.
Thank you. I'm going to say that I think there are three things that make a bond something that is a necessity, not optional. Number one, security issues around all of our campuses. In order to keep rooms full, we have to open up doors, we open up windows, we make a building completely insecure. The dangers that are posed for our students and our staff are significant, and security must be a top priority. Number two, we have because of that, we have significant ventilation and AC issues. We have rooms that, as we all know, were in the mid-90s last August, and that's going to happen again. And we have to do something about that, and that has to happen very soon. And then all the infrastructure related issues from roofing and plumbing and go down the list, Jim, of things that just cannot be taken care of with the general budget. These are needs that, and then the fact that the survey that was done brought back positive response from our community saying, yes, we would be supportive. Yes, we see the need. I think also the school district is recognized right now at a time that it's valued and respected and appreciated. And therefore, I would say now is the time to go for a bond. And in fact, that we ought to be trying to get everything ready if staff could do it for November of 2024. And that ought to be the work that if we're going to hire this consultant, that's going to work with us to actually promote the information. I think now is the time. And I think, I'm trying to say, it just seems like we would be irresponsible if we don't move forward with this.
So where specifically are you requesting besides that the majority of us want to move forward with the bond? Are you asking us for permission to move forward with the timeline of the consultant?
So the motion ought to be that we are going to move forward with trying to go for a bond November 2024. We're not putting it on the ballot. What's it called?
Not calling for an election.
We're not calling for an election, but we are picking a time.
So that we move forward to that time with all of the timeline that was presented to us earlier. Okay, I'm making that motion. How's that, Bill? I just wanted to get it from you. What do you want me to say?
And is there a second? Second, Jordan. And now, is there any further discussion?
Yes, in terms of, we were gonna have the consultant come in and talk to us about what kind of services they would provide for us in terms of moving ahead with the bond, and also they had listed that it was $8,000 a month until the election. So if we end up not going for it in November 24, or if there's any kind of delay, because it was whether we went in May or whether we went in November, regardless, it was $8,000 a month. So I know that is related to us going for a bond, but being able to move full steam ahead with it.
But let me give you some update on that. So they're not here at the meeting now. They're willing to come to a special meeting or come to our next meeting in November. They were on the agenda. We're going to vote on that. Yes, sir.
The option we discussed, like, special board meeting, we have several dates available for special board meetings where the board could see, hear a presentation, ask questions, communication consulting company. The other option that was discussed was another option would have been for the board, rather than do a special meeting, to have a subcommittee to interview and hear the presentation. Those were kind of the two options that we felt would work. They had conflict with dates that because they're in the midst of November stuff, and so we do have some dates available that we're want to do a special meeting or something.
But that is at the moment a separate subject. So any further discussion on this? And Scott, do you want anything to say?
I'm sorry, my internet is cutting in and out, and it's about 11 o'clock here, so I'm having a hard time hearing you at this point. So
Sorry about that, Scott. Well then, unless there's further discussion, I'm going to call a question. All those in favor of the motion to actually attempt to go for a November 2024 bond, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
So we're not actually on the ballot.
No, this is not about, no,
This is a proof that we go forward in the timeline
right.
to get to November.
This says we're going for a plan. That's it. Okay, so it's carried unanimously. Did you say yes, Scott?
I heard the last part of it, and yes, on that last part, I do vote yes.
It's carried unanimously. Thank you. Personnel. Can't do that.
You can give us direction. Part of the discussion.
So Mike is saying that we can give them direction on the consultant. As we were saying earlier, the consultant is that we're talking to. It's actually offering several dates when they could meet with the board for a special meeting, or we could have two people represent the board as a committee and interview them.
I think it would behoove all of us to hear the same information, so special board meeting, I know. We will come back.
And Jordan? Yeah, so I think the point is we will probably need to schedule a special board meeting. We have those dates. I will share those dates with the board. And we will come up with a special meeting to meet with the consultant.
I'd be okay with that being Zoom, if that were to be an easier way to deal with it, but if that's an option.
But that was just one voice that stated that, sir. Are we at 12.4? Educational services approval of the expanded learning opportunities program plan for the 2023-2024 school year, fiscal impact none.
So moved.
Is there a second? Seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I would like to say enthusiastic aye.
I was just going to say that it's even more informative than the presentation, even more detailed, centric. So I really appreciate the opportunity.
I'm really looking forward to what we get to do and hopefully it really does help students. I appreciate your questions earlier. Are there going to be some ways that we can monitor and see if it actually makes a difference? So. Yeah, what was it? Somebody said we have a winner? Okay. Didn't we just vote?
Stop.
Did Scott vote? I don't know. He's on and off, so I can't really tell. Scott, did you vote?
I did, I voted aye.
Yes, I thought I even said unanimous, didn't I? Sorry. Okay, 5, business services, discussion on options for continuing or changing the use of funds for window replacement at Lake Arrowhead Elementary School. Jenny Haberlin, DVO.
We decided, we have to bring.
You want the motion?
Yes, please.
Okay. Do I have a motion? Jordan, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Scott. Okay, Jenny. Anything to say?
Since this wasn't a report, it was a discussion, but I will stay here and not go up to the front, so
Cool.
just change things up a little bit. But I have 2 handouts for you. And I wanted to go just real quickly through kind of why we're here. We talked a little bit about it at other board meetings. And I gave some history of where we were, how did we get to the LED window project and where we are at. So after our receipt of our ESSER 3 funds, which is part of the COVID-19 response funds, and review of the allowable expenditures, we had stakeholder meetings. That stakeholder meetings played into development of the ESSER 3 plan, which the board adopted and submitted to the state. Part of that plan was allocation of $1.5 million to look at air conditioning and ventilation. So after that, we enlisted CPM Paul at CPM, and he was contracted to do a district-wide HVAC study, which he presented on October 20th, 21. So we found out at that meeting that $1.5 million was far from the amount needed to bring HVAC even to a partial campus, let alone to district-wide, basically due to the electrical upgrades that are needed, the type of buildings we have. And we talked at that meeting, we had different options of, could we do an electrical only with the ability to add air later if we got up on. So after that, we maybe $22 million, $20 million, we can't get HVAC, what's the next best thing? And so Snyder Electric was recommended by CPM and another consultant at the time, because they have some network writing services and what can they do for RIM as far as leveraging 1.5 million with grant specific dollars, to see what else we could do. We applied for 2 EPA grants, and we looked into the CalShape funding, and none of those came out for rent. And so, but we kind of circled back and said, well, what can also improve air quality with the use of ESSER funds, and that was having better windows. So operable windows, double pane windows, evening out, and LAE was selected as the site because they have the biggest need for windows. And after a competitive bidding process, Snyder Electric, was brought on board, and he's met several of their employees. They performed additional site assessments of electrical air quality boiler systems, and windows. And then again, they confirmed no scenario of HVAC site-wide at any location can be done with 1.5 million. We focused on windows, and then we began the architectural design in May of 2023. Bids were sent to 10 subcontractors, resulting in 3 qualified responses. All bids came in shockingly high. This is a repeat of what we've already talked about at a prior board meeting, even considering the climate of escalating costs in construction. In addition, DSA, Department of State Architecture, responded with a full path of travel requirement, which we talked about at the last board meeting and what that would mean. And if you turn the page, what we mentioned verbally is a list of what the path of travel requirements would have been required to do on top of the windows. And that was bathrooms, thresholds, curbing, restriping, the parking lot, tourniqueted domes, door hardware, and you name it. And so they could go into, multi-million-dollar project on top, including these windows. So we have applied for a hardship case that would require about a 22% of the ADA identified work would have to still be included, but we won't even know until mid-November at the earliest if we will be approved for a hardship case. And then 22% of 1.5 million at minimum, is still more money than we have allocated. So we've had several meetings with the construction team. I'm just going kind of over real quickly history. And they presented options that we could lower the scope of the windows and just do partial windows. We can change the focus to CHE and DOE. All of this still would have a TSA component to it. That is unknown. We can change the focus of our COPS grant, which COPS grant would allow windows in it. But we've already really done a lot of planning and identified need of locks, and security as part with our COPS grant. And then we still have the unknown impact of DSA on any of the above. Jim and I have had several conversations with our team, and we can recommend moving forward with any type of window project at this point, into it or going with any one of these options. So we do have some other options and thoughts to talk about. We can revisit window replacements if the district obtains a bond. And we can proceed with a modernization project, which wouldn't be necessarily a like for like. So there could be new windows with designs. Path of travel would be part of the project we would do in bond, probably anyway. So we could put off the window until if we got a bond. We have submitted a request to use the $1.5 million for matching for a roofing project with the state. We have not heard back yet. It's been, they said they need about 4 weeks. On Saturday, it will be 4 weeks exactly. I did touch base with them again, and they said, we told you, we will know what we tell you. So I said, thank you very much. And so if the CBE approves the request, we can use the proceeds from the sale of the Blue property along with this ESSER reallocation to replace the red high roof. So we would have to do that when we were in June. So that would be going out for bid, planning, contract submittal, and the work done prior to June 30th.
Has the CBE approved any projects like this?
Yes,
They have
yes.
done.
We wouldn't have done so if we didn't think, and why did we give a good argument? So.
And back on the windows, if we do that as a part of the bond, we still have all the ADA requirements that we have right now.
Yes.
It was a concerning initially that we were unsure if we should be covered because we're talking about air quality. But it sounds like you found a good argument.
Yes, we did.
Mold, I'm sure, yeah. Mold. One possible, but yeah.
And also too, the type of roofing that we looked at, have, reflective characteristics. And so repelling heat, and we submitted all the specs of the weather well, gentleman provided us on how that, the rating, that it, prevents from entering the building also. So, and of course, leaks, a possibility of any type of water.
Does redoing roof trigger, it does not trigger any DSA?
not this, not the presentation that you, that you saw. It would probably answer better than I do. Yeah.
Yeah, Jim, that material really works well. They actually came out and put some on our coffee shop at Higher Grounds. Where we had a significant leak issue. So we took care of it. We went through the storms without any water leakage in the coffee shop. So,
And this is totally unrelated, and I haven't even said this out loud to Jim yet, so forgive me.
Jim, you want to be at the microphone to break flat?
It's okay, but we thought if we proceeded with a roof and it was, you know, the white, whatever, well, one of the options, and I don't know if it's still a desire of the sheriff's had of ours, was to label the roofs of Rim High on the different paints. So could we get some type of painting scheme while they're doing it? So it's an aerial view of Rim High could be 300 by 200 by 100, you know, so you would know where that is. So I mean, that was thrown out just this week in a conversation was, hey, remember, you know, there was a year convention, that was something that they'd like.
Jim could handle that without a problem.
So, but I don't usually like to surprise Jim unless it's something fun. So, anyway, so, moving forward, if the CDE does not allow, or even if they do actually, and we have some thoughts, we can request smaller single repairs for our current HVAC units. We can allocate remaining funds to offset general fund expenditures and or charge current positions to ESER grade. So the thought there, Mike and I talked this morning, was utilizing under the allowable uses of ESER, charging current staff to that fund to use up the dollar amount. That does not require CDE approval. You can then have the savings from that general fund. You can have, we can commit that fund to a written project.
Does that take away that June deadlines?
Yes. So then we can transfer the savings that we committed in the general fund to Fund 40, which is for capital improvements. And we have the pressure where we take off. And to be able to then also transfer the proceeds of the funds in the district office as the match, and I have a piece of paper to go over there. So although it's like, you know, we were kind of talking about, we could have done that two weeks ago. But then we really needed, because this 1.5 has been committed for so long, we felt it deserved discussion with the board at a meeting. So that is an option that we can do, which is just a workaround, but also within the allowable uses of the dollars. So if I can make copies, or I can give you, I did bring from the CDE the allowable uses of those funds, and we are allowed to you know, identify staff that we can charge those personnel unrestricted dollars to. We can also allocate the funds to sites for specific allowable expenditure or other options. And so that's where we are here. I wanted to just highlight, I did a one pager for you on the net proceeds from the sale of the district office. Since the 1.5 may need to be combined with the proceeds from the sale. We had cash deposited of just over $2.7 million for the sale of the building. We've already committed a matching portion for the AQMP buses that we received. We've committed, we purchased 4 white fleet vans and the matching portion of our COPS grant. We've had in the planning and discussion items, not necessarily, it's been one slide at the board level, but more at a cabinet level. Moving to a voice over IP phone system district-wide, that's about $350,000. And adding a technology reserve deposit, you know, to our committed funds. Due to the increase of student and teacher use of Chromebooks and laptops, those really become disposable at some point, and we need to have some type of technology plan when, especially like I said earlier, when the one-time funds are over, you know, how are we going to replace 2,000 Chromebooks? So, you know, we've already started with an initial $50,000 deposit for a technology reserve, but that was part of our income balance, but then making the deposit to that would be $1.3 million from the proceeds, which is that with the 1.5 million is a few $100,000 higher than the last bid we received for the hybrid. So it could very well be even a higher dollar amount, but we have some buffer there. So that I wanted to share where the proceeds lie, because these are also open. It's not an agenda item today, but part of the other agenda item is use of these funds, and I wanted to have this information. So the next is this direction on how to proceed.
When I do,
No matter how we do it.
when I, yeah, that's good. We cannot go through another winter with that school and doing this. I know. I'm saying it with, like, rhetorically, I'm saying, no, it's not being fixed by the first rain. I'm just saying that we cannot allow it to keep on and on and on.
So our motion is very general. Doesn't mean give us any that.
Giving us staff direction. That's fun. That's necessary. And to shift ESSER funds, shift the use of ESSER funds towards a re-roofing project at school.
So we would be reallocating ESSER funds to cover personnel costs, therefore bringing up general fund dollars and committing those at a later board meeting for what probably easiest would be first or second term, you know, would be on the natural, you know, managing the part of the interim report. Instead of, so you don't need to go through formal action, it will be part of the report.
Weighing in on giving direction, I agree with Cindy. As soon as it's feasible, and however you wish to manage it, solving the root problem in high school, and we've got someone's choice in terms of all of the things that we're dealing with.
And we talked to Snyder Electric, you know, and they're being very gracious, you know, and we have been very open and deep into conversations and Zooms and phone calls that, you know, we owe them so money for their planning and their engineers, and so for their contract. But at this point, we think we need to walk away from what we're doing with them, you know, and if we work with them in the future, great, you know, they would probably be a contractor that would bid on work if we got a bond, you know, depending on what manager was. So, you know, but we would, at this point, and they fully understand where we're at. And they, I think, agreed with Jim and I with what we were.
Jordan.
I'm glad this came up, because I had questions after we all voted to pursue the LA window direction. That was a very late board meeting. And the next day I really had a lot of questions about whether that was the right thing, especially not long after that, finding out the urgency of the roofing project, or the roofing in high school. So I agree with Cindy and Dan that this needs to be addressed. So I appreciate it coming back for us. It seems almost serendipitous that the cost was prohibitive from those. And I'm grateful for Schneider Electric to at least have done a lot of the planning work so that if you do secure a bond, it hopefully lessens some of the costs down that line to go forward with that project. I don't view it as wasted funds, because hopefully we do have a bond. And again, hopefully folks, when they look at that bond, see, well, we are we're not just asking for a handout, we're spending everything that we can on infrastructure wherever it's feasible, so. Yeah, that's my long way to support the high school.
And just a point of information, we don't have any ongoing contract in this Schneider.
We will just, if you ways.
Well, I think you have a consensus of the board. I think we lost Scott, but roofing matters. So you can move funds to cover personnel from ESSER, and then use general fund monies to do roofing. We'd like that as soon as you can do that.
Yeah.
Okay. But we need to vote on that. No, that's why, that's one of the reasons why I was actually holding back on taking the motion until I knew exactly what we were.
Can't discuss until you motion, so if you want, right, so if you want to amend your motion to be specific of what we just gave this direction, that would probably be a clean way of doing
Much better.
it.
So that will, but we lost Scott and Jordan actually made the motion.
Right. Jordan?
I would like to amend the motion, to provide direction to staff to pursue, the use of ESSER funds, that will allow us to reallocate funding from the other window project to the high school roofing project, as described. I didn't have a, yeah, and proposed in.
Do we need to include in that the funds from the sale?
This is.
And Scott, do you happen to be there? So you're gonna have to do that as an amendment. You're making an amendment, then we have to.
I think he's not. I started. Officer.
No, he's not there yet.
Okay.
Okay, so someone needs a second amendment.
I second the amendment.
Thank you. Okay, first we're gonna vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Carried unanimously. Now we vote on the full motion with the amendment. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Carried unanimously.
Rachel, did you get all that?
We can help with the minutes.
Thank you.
13. Items pulled for separate vote and discussion are to be taken into consideration during agenda item 14.0. Are there any items that anyone wants to take removed from the consent calendar? I'm watching Jordan just to make sure.
I always, yeah, I always look for planning, and I always, we get to this point, did I have one, and I have to look again. No. No, I think.
Then I will entertain a motion to approve the consent items. Oh, you want me to read
Just
them?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
13.1 through
There you go. You can tell them that.
23, is it? Through 23.
Guess what? I'll move that because that was painful for you.
And is there a second?
Second.
Then moved and seconded to approve the consent items 1 through 23. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Carried unanimously.
4 hours. And Scott's left.
Let's stop that.
It was still unanimous, but we just don't have any.
Yeah, but yes.
It needs to be noted that we lost Scott. I believe it was around 8 p.m. when I saw him blink off. And he was having problems with staying connected with the internet, he said. Any 15. Any requests for a future meeting agenda items? I don't see any requests for that. So future meeting date 16, regular board meeting November 16, 2023. regular board meeting, December 14, 2023. And we now need to recess to close session. So we are here by recess to close session at 8. I'm gonna check the clock.
8:20.
Is that what yours says?
Yes.
At 8:21. I need to. The Board of Trustees are hereby reconvening opening session at 9:46 p.m. Trustees to identify themselves by first and last name to formally establish quorum. Dr. William Mellinger, trustee area 1.
Dana Vidlin, trustee area 2.
Cindy Gardner, trustee area 3.
George Zardi, trustee area 5.
And Scott Kraft has not come back on, so there's 4 people in attendance. That is a quorum. And we do have one item to report from closed session on a 5-0 vote. The board of directors, the trustees has elected to call Dr. Garrett Rutherford to be our interim superintendent beginning on October 26th. With that, there's no further business to report, so I entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved to adjourn the meeting at 9:47.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I
Meeting's adjourned at 9:47.